Good morning. Guess who got too into cleaning, or who lost track of time cleaning the house today? It's me. It's me. It's one of those things where I had everything out already, and I've gone, oh yeah, well, while I've got it out, I may as well clean this as well. And, you know, oh, that could use a little bit of polishing, honestly. I haven't touched this place in a little bit. Honestly, I've already got the vacuum out. Why don't I just do... And then I look up and it's like 20 past stream start time, and I'm like, oh. Fuck. It's like, on one hand, I'm glad, like, I can be productive in that way, but on the other hand, like, I would also like to be playing video game with friends. Wait, what the hell? What did that move back? I moved you before. That's weird. Yeah, I would also like to play games with my friend Mina. Hello, Mina.
Hello.
I feel like... Man, I hate video games and everyone who plays them. What? Oh my god. Okay, well, damn, I thought we were friends, newest girl, but... Here, let me just take that mod status away from you.
Peel it off, you're like a sticker.
Yep, I'm sorry. I have to revoke the greatest honor I can give you. Yeah. So, funny thing about the last time we played this, we wrapped up Case 3, and we kind of started having a little bit about Case 4. And hours after the stream, I rushed back to Discord to message Mina and say, hey, what was up with Gramarye during the murder in Case 3? We never really touched on what the fuck he was doing. Because, like, my whole thing was like, oh, maybe that person actually, magicked the body away up onto the thing. Which, again, is another thing I feel like we didn't touch on at all. But, like, he was just hanging out. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Mina's response, if I recall correctly, was something along the lines of, like, we can't ask him that. He'd break our knees.
Yeah.
Yeah, magicians. You can't... Magicians and their, doings are...
A magician can never reveal their secrets. It's not a vow, it's a threat.
Yeah. Magical mafia, real... Yeah. But yeah, hopefully that nonsense is far behind us now. But at the same time, like, there was at least, like, one character I think we saw in the intro that had some... Like, magicians are going to be part of this to some degree, and I'm already fearing the moment when we're on the stand and someone just unironically says, nope, magician's code, and Apollo gains a grey hair. It's like, what do you fucking mean? He was there to display how much influence magicians have over the legal system. Yes, obviously. This was all leading up to the Dark Age of the Law, where in actuality magicians have gained control of the entire judicial system. But rather than speculating about what on earth is going to go on, why don't we get into it? Day 1, a severe case of poisoning. Wait. Hold on, that has an actual title? Cross-examining...
It does.
Oh! I never realized that, it gave... Like, usually it's... well, in the past, it's just been trial, investigation, day 1, day 2, whatever. these ones actually have like, oh, this is where you were cross-examining Emma, or this is where you were, or this is like almost like a subtitle for, or it's like a chapter title you'd see in a book.
Correct.
Huh. Okay, I'm sure that's not worrying at all. Awesome. Let's go. Oh, can you see everything good on Discord? I had a little bit of trouble wrangling it this morning.
Yep. I can see it just fine. Is my talk sprite working fine?
Yep, looks like it.
Cool.
Yeah, we had the mute icon and everything there before, so that's telling me it's doing the smart things it should be doing.
And not the silly things it shouldn't be doing.
Yeah. Dark Age of the Law. Good bad name, bad name. Good concept album, I think. I don't know about bad band name. That feels like it doesn't have much legs, if that makes sense. It's like it's the kind of thing that you don't want that name sticking around for too long, because it's like unless your band is like a high concept as well. I'm thinking about this too much. Sorry.
I would buy tickets for a band called Dark Age of the Law, as long as there's no the. The Dark Age of the Law is a nerd band for squares. Dark Age of the Law, that's a cool band for winners.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. The word "the" being in it does a lot of damage to the coolness of that, assuming it's a band. You're so right. Yeah. Me not often.
There's a painting hidden back here.
There sure is. Hey, you're right.
What if it's embarrassing somehow, and you didn't want anyone to see it?
You certainly seem pleased by the possibility.
Come on up, Paul, let's find his porn stash. Huh, it's so normal.
That's hardly something to get mad about.
Huh? What is it, Apollo?
Isn't this... Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind.
Huh?
Yeah, the one on the right. I better get a professional opinion on this. These images look exactly the same. I really should get a professional's opinion on whether they are exactly the same. Which, like, I guess that's not as stupid when I actually phrase it like that, but it's very funny that he's like, I don't know if these are actually the same, like, painting, and you put them side by side and it's, like, practically identical. Although I will say, like, looks like the brush strokes in that are a little different. But I don't know how much stock to put in, you know, how we're looking at it at the moment. Oh, no, we've got that in the court record. Do we have all of them in there? We sure do. Yeah.
What's the hidden one?
It's a bit more, oh god, I forget the artist's name. It's the Starry Night Sky painting.
Van Gogh.
Yes. This one looks a lot more... Well, the brush strokes aren't as obvious as in this one, and in that particular bit is reminding me a little bit of Van Gogh. Thank you, Vulpix. There. I guess we just took it. Oh wow, they actually like put paint over the edges of the canvas.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive. Like, in some ways, there's not much reason to do that, but I guess, you know, you're 3D modeling it anyway. Actually, hold on. There was a thing. Oh, we're looking at that thing again.
Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it.
Huh? Really?
It's that story where the old woman's doing the wash in the river? And this giant peach comes a-floating on down.
That might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard.
Apollo, have you ever played Pokemon Scarlet and Violet?
No?
It's Pecharunt, the Poison Peach Pokemon.
God. Okay, I'm pretty sure. Oh, thank you, video game, for showing me a tick on things I'd already examined.
Letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this.
Let's take a look. Oh, empty.
The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio.
I forgot you were here.
Just been snacking in the corner the whole time.
Yeah, typical.
Mr. Mishan would put his letters in there. And the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather.
It's an interesting detail. Look at the paintings again.
I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils. You know how they're so thick? Is that the word?
These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are.
Yeah, what's going on with this half-finished one?
Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below.
That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts.
I noticed. That is weird. I guess it was just kind of a recap of... Oh, right, we've got an entire other side to look at. Christ, I forgot how different this bit looks.
Yeah.
What? Oh, come on. Pixel off. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Oh. Enhance. So this is Drew Measham.
This little girl must be Vera. Yeah, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family.
Until you arrested his daughter. Apollo, I think the murder might be a bit more of an interruption to the happy family dynamic than her getting arrested.
Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking.
Uh-huh. Right. I don't trust your judgment anymore, Emma. You tried to put a child into jail.
Ooh, cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo.
Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that?
None, apparently. It's empty.
There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk?
This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames.
Is this a journal?
Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he?
It's new. He didn't write a single line.
Ah. He had me going there for a while.
Fancy pen. Oh, fancy quill. Something the other way that figure is posed.
I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures.
Please, I am a professional. I learned from the best. Phoenix Oh. Hold on. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? I don't... Have I seen something with that pose? Nothing in my court record, at least. Is that a quill?
Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy?
Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen?
It doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk.
Detritus. Damn. Deploying our $5 words today.
What a week. Past the detritus.
That's good. I don't know why that got me so bad.
One of my favorite images, the isopods toasting.
Yeah, no, it's real good.
Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma.
I don't know why. Just concept of just like handing over just a random pile of broken rubbish. This got me so bad. Oh god.
Bold and scientific. That's my motto.
Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this wasn't so delicate.
You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago.
Huh. Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I better hang on to this.
Apollo stealing mail is a federal crime.
Yeah. It's evidence, I promise.
Apollo, look. It's been opened once here.
You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside.
Should I try and get it open and then stick it back shut?
Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea.
Emma, let's ask her.
Did it from 7 years ago. And the dress is kind of smudged enough that I don't really see it. Although I do see a California, maybe?
Yep, Japanifornia, baby.
Yeah.
Upscale DS asset. Looking
Yeah.
muddier than the Bank of the Thames.
Okay, I think we're done for the desk. Cool. How's this?
What's all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. You get everything from a lathe to a laser cutter.
You had a lathe? Oh my god!
Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth.
Why would a painter need all this?
From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years.
This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio.
Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin.
Trucy's just pointing to the lathe. No!
Apollo has to show her an hour of those safety videos of people getting sucked into lathes and turned into, like, mangled ragdolls.
Yeah, lathes are really...
Why do I feel like she would have, like, a morbid fascination with those videos, though?
Yeah, she would. It's just not perturbed at all, it's just more excited to actually work with it, and Apollo's like, oh no. I feel like I've made a mistake. This is a crime scene, Trucy.
But these cost like $50 at the magic shop.
Apollo, come on.
I've already used my allowance for the next 6 years, Apollo.
Yeah.
Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting?
All good?
Oh, excuse me, I just had to sneeze a couple times.
No, all good.
Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought.
Why would a painter need a drafting table? Is he an architect too? Yeah, he was an architect, a carpenter, a metal worker, a painter.
A jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah. Freaking triple threat over here.
Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green?
That'll be enough of that, thanks. Green wouldn't really suit the rest of my character design, I'm sorry, Trucy. I think we're kind of done.
Apollo scratching his chin, though we haven't had a green lawyer yet.
Yeah. Let's see, we've had a
I
red...
think you gotta talk to her more.
Yeah, we've had a red prosecutor, we've had a blue attorney, had a blue... Does anything on Godot count as green? I don't know.
I guess his like undershirts that got green sleeves.
Yeah, yeah, but no, it's definitely not the...
He's more white though. White's like his primary color.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Alright, now we can talk.
So this Drew Misham was some kind of artist? Apparently. A lot of illustrations in the books I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Oh? Well, I guess the stuff is kind of pretty. Like that old painting over there, for instance. Yeah.
Payne had green and mustardish lime outfits. That's true, but that means we've had a green prosecutor, not a green attorney. Or defense attorney, rather.
That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually.
Huh? So it's a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means?
He was an odd bird, Misham. I hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he put in that letterbox there.
Letters? Do people still write letters?
What do you mean, Apollo?
I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days?
Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. Hated everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know?
Drew Misham's contact with the outside world. It's empty.
In any case, the only person beside him allowed to hear was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean the killer?
The suspect, please? Jeez. Way to have faith in our client, Trucy.
We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Sure, after you get through the rest of my dialogue, please. It might have context. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right?
Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura.
I can still feel her eyes piercing into my soul.
And she was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside.
That does sound like a scene.
In the end, she agreed to leave as she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside.
Why can't I ever get a normal client?
But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad?
To be fair, Apollo, you've kind of been set up by Phoenix for this one. It was
time
never,
after time.
It was never gonna be normal.
Don't look at me.
So about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right?
No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean?
It means see for yourself, I think.
Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters never go outside and make for good articles.
And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview.
At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Can we talk about Remy Sham's hair? It really bothers me. It's like half Andy Warhol and half like Ludwig von Beethoven.
Do we have a picture of him in...
the photograph of him and Vera.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah.
Like one half is like that very like 70s pop artist, like mutton chop, and like coiffed look, and the other half is just like this big like puffy like swoop.
Yeah, like at least from this angle, it's like half Bob Ross. Just,
yeah.
like
if you
messy and
if you
big.
see it if you see it from the front, it does have like a Beethoven style like swoop to it.
Oh, huh. That's a really weird choice in character design.
Last night, he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died?
I do kind of want to see a better picture of him from the front, though.
She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact.
Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter.
Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that.
Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Yeah, that's a hell of a coincidence. I bet Emma could help us out here.
Don't forget, Flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about?
Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically?
Ah, you know me too well. Okay.
I do appreciate that sentence. It was just like, well, I was thinking, and then just full stop. Uh-huh. Use your words, Apollo. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now. Apollo, are you good? Are you okay? Why? It's just really weird dancing around that kind of question.
Oh, I suppose. Just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious, and we'll check it out.
And that's going to be a prompt to show her the letter. Whoops. Emma, about this.
Oh, that. Yeah. Why, that's a bright red envelope.
She sure is jumpy.
Someone opened this, didn't they?
Emma, did you...
My lips are sealed.
Emma, did you open the envelope? Y- Your your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope?
Sure. I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Ha! Please. I would have steamed it open.
Would you now? But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently.
Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools and information gathering.
I put the letter in the contraption. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on.
You should try flattering her, Apollo.
I don't know how to flirt with women, Trucy. I don't know what to tell you.
They say a little praise can open big doors.
Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning.
You want to know about my tool, do you?
Might as well be calling it the contraption at this point.
It's called an X-ray analyzer.
Uh-huh.
X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. Huh? It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. That's something. How am I supposed to remember all that?
Yes, I'm a woman who studied science. Yes, I don't know all the scientific names to things. We exist.
So basically, it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy.
Is that how that would work?
But it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically.
Listen, I just put the letter in the contraption and it told me what it said. I don't know what else to tell you.
Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo.
Yeah! What are you doing?
Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair. It's like lead.
Shoving Apollo's head into the contraption.
Bombards you with X-ray.
Point that thing at me anymore and might all fall out.
I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it.
Let's just get down to business, shall we?
Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens I have a lottery ticket here. For entirely unrelated and not sad reasons. You set the sample in the device like so.
I don't see anything.
Patience. There's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? I have to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there with the right stick for me, would you?
I'm not...
Horrible sound.
It's just... yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See? That's how you can read the letters of the ticket inside. Cool, huh?
Except I can't read them.
Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer.
I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything?
That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. Rubbing? Like going over the image with the right stick while holding A?
What? Okay, that's a good noise.
Yeah. There, that fixes the image on the screen.
Does it?
Now, turn the dial again, just a little.
Again, I feel like it's doing most of, like, the dial turning there isn't actually happening by me, which is strange.
It'll make you do it when you do the envelope. I don't know why they're just making you go through all this first.
Well, yeah,
Good.
it's a bit weird that they're, like, for that one they're doing it automatically, but for rubbing the image they didn't. I don't know, weird. They
I can
to
rub
be
this
fair,
image to fix it too.
to be fair, they probably thought that the whole right side thing was a bit too abstract without, like, being stepped through, which, yeah, it's definitely fair.
Hey, I get it. We're just gonna keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Neat. Let's do some more.
Okay, now I can do the thing. Oh, that's interesting. So it's not just up or down, like, if I point, like, you can see the right stick is going in the direction I'm pointing, rather than, like, rotating smoothly around.
Yeah.
Actually, hold on. I don't know. God, I hope this doesn't need to be really precise or anything, because... Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, I see what's going on here. So, like... Cool. Yeah, right, so you go through each layer of the paper, and on each layer, because it's not flat, you collect certain parts of the image, and you bring it all together. I don't know... I'm really unfamiliar with X-rays, so I don't know, like, if... Like, I don't know how much that is actually a thing. Did I miss a layer?
Yeah. It really just does feel like, that doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about X-rays to dispute it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's print this one out. Ouch, you lose. At least you know where you stand, eh? Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we?
It's like, the thing that I'm thinking of right now is, like, I don't know... And obviously this doesn't matter, because, you know... Story contrivance, we're using some technology. Cool, done. But, like... I don't know if you would actually get, like, ink or things like that showing up in an X-ray? Because, like, I know... Oh, sorry, go on.
I want to say yes, just because, like, ink is, like, raised. So, like, if you were, you know, the radiation is bouncing off of the different parts of the page, it'll bounce off of, like, the stuff that's, like, darkened and raised, kind of. Like, I feel like the parts with ink on them are more solid than the rest of the page, so to speak.
Potentially, like, it's a different material. I just don't, yeah, like, I just don't know how much that would actually show up on an X-ray. But, yeah, it's whatever. Not super important, but interesting to consider at the very least. Also, very clearly, just like, what bullshit can we get up to with a DS screen?
Yeah, basically.
What? Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. 7 years ago, huh?
Okay, let's print this one out.
100,000 designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer.
Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? These paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all.
Yeah, I guess.
Here goes with the second page, then.
I will say, just as a contrivance to make sure you're able to, or to get information from something without actually tampering with it, this is a very good kind of thing to add in that way.
Yeah.
Because we can say from then on, like, oh, well, the letter was definitely tampered with, and the current state it's in, you know, wasn't affected by us, so... Because that's the first thing I thought of, is like, oh, okay, so it hadn't been open for 7 years? And hell, like, if this is, like, I don't know if this was part of the room? It's unclear if this was just something, Emma had on her. But, like, there could also be a thing of, like, well, Mr. Misham didn't need to open the letter, because why the hell would he need to? Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. Oh, didn't... Oh, there we go.
Okay, let's print this one out.
Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days.
So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings.
Wild the secrecy, though. And
And what?
why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right?
Maybe it had some special significance to him? Well, Emma? Well, indeed.
She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Contains 2 sheets of writing paper. More to talk about? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't see the contraption there, so I have to assume... I'm probably safe to assume Emma brought that thing in. Okay, I think we're done here? I'm kind of surprised we just got kind of stopped. Yeah, what do we do now? I guess we could talk more about the letter, maybe.
But we just did the extra detection thing.
Oh, right. Sorry. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? Could probably do the same process with this, right?
Yeah, probably.
Emma, about this painting.
Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted to ask you about.
You don't examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you have good reason. But without that, sorry.
She wants us to do a little footwork on Alf. Really? What do we need to do? Like, isn't it just enough to say, hey, look at the weird painting? What other legwork could we possibly need to do?
I guess it's because, hey, it's a weird painting is not it doesn't prove it is relevant to the actual case at hand.
I see. I mean, I guess we're done here, yeah, then? It's kind of just left us in like a, yep, that was it. And just left it there. Like, I was kind of expecting a little bit more direction before we kind of move on, but...
Yeah, I guess because this place was introduced at the same time as the Colosseum, so I guess they designed progression to not advance until you've seen both of them.
Yeah, probably. Blue Badger. I see you down there.
Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. A place where magic and dreams converge.
Just a while ago, it was a place where murder and nightmares converged.
Let's go and say hi to Uncle Valiant.
What about the case? That's what I'm saying.
Whoa! Only a performer laughs like that.
God.
The young Miss Trucy. How often I'd hoped we'd meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Uncle Valiant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are.
Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits.
Well, Trucy girl, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show.
Trucy girl, you know it's bad luck to wish someone good luck when they're about to go on stage.
Oh, but it is you who I wish to congratulate. But it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I perform.
Yeah, you're amazing. Get the picture.
The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand.
Oh. Okay. Big magic show.
Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gramarye Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Trucy girl, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gramarye, if that terrible thing hadn't. It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valiant Gramarye, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valiant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again.
She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Yeah, I wonder why, Apollo. Please. I know, listen, I know being in the presence of this man, like, amplifies your pessimism because, like... yeah, but... please, read the room, my boy.
My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience. and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound.
I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished.
For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramarye Troop's secrets, it falls to me to provide them. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you?
If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years?
It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you've heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land?
I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic.
The performance of Magnifie's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more.
7 years. Phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it?
And why was that?
It's regulation, Trucy. I think whatever they were doing was really unsafe.
A little matter called performance rights, Trucy girl.
Our magical subjects say they don't want to be put into danger or something like that. It's beyond me. Performance rights.
Can you tell me about these performance rights?
It's either that or copyright. It's one of the two.
Magnifie's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea. A trick, if you will.
Oh no, did he patent a trick? Is that what this is?
That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws.
Okay, yeah. Intellectual property, maybe?
Magnifie knew this and bequeathed it in his will. To one person.
You mean him?
Yes. Trucy girl, it was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago.
How about that? I think I see where this story is going. Once a person.
Well, once a person is. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
I don't know why I jumped on that.
Yeah, no, you're good. Sprite change. Usually, yeah, that always gets us. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct?
In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah. Yes, Trucy girl, though it pains me to say it. This past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifie passed to me.
Did it now?
This was, in fact, stipulated by the will of Magnifie himself. Is that how it works, Apollo?
Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently.
Daddy.
Oh. Okay. Curious why the conversation can continue, or topics can come up, but... Blue Badger. Hey, that creature there! Sorry, hold on a second. I need a screenshot of that. There we go. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy.
Oh, sorry. Was I mean somehow?
You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out balloons he hands out each balloon as though it were his last.
Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. Yeah. Funny that. Okay, what do we... Change of science since our last case.
It was all Gaviners back then, wasn't it?
Nothing bizarre or mysterious happens this time.
But it shall. Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you.
I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians are really meant to have conversations like this.
Yeah. Good point, Trucy. It's almost like this whole thing is meant to kind of... What? Like, in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking about, like, what on earth has this got to do? Has any of this got to do with the things that Phoenix is doing and the case and all that? But given 7 years... Obviously, 7 years has come up multiple times, so it's got something to do with it. But I'm struggling to grasp it what at this point. Maybe I can present you something. Oh, right. Do not open until the time is right. Oh, but... Oh, wait. I could put this in the contraption.
Put it in the doohickey.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, hold on. I want to see if we can do that before we do anything here.
First he'll probably be like, don't spoil the surprise, Apollo.
Probably. Oh, shit. Hey, could we look at this? Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this.
Look, I'm a detective. A detective. You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? You need to be a little bit more focused in your inquiries. Scientific, even.
Somehow I knew she'd get around to science. Damn it. Yeah, this is honestly, this is gonna be, that's an annoying thing to now have just sitting around in the story, because anytime we see an envelope now, I'm gonna be like, why don't we use that thing to see what's in it? But someone's gonna arbitrarily go, I don't know if we should do that, or, you know, the suggestion's not gonna come up. Oh, it's worth a try. I guess we could show him the ticket. Oh my god, why do I keep doing that? Oh, hold on. I don't think I've examined this.
Are you ready, Apollo?
Ready? For what?
For what? For the True Gramarye Grained Magic Show.
It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything.
My daddy died for this, Apollo. What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going on on stage.
Oh, Trucy, you didn't rope him into something like that, did you?
I'll let you buy a spare costume if you need one.
Oh no, the poor boy. Huh? You mean I can't go in this?
No.
It's just the flat face, too. Doesn't get more straightforward than that. Hey, look.
A challenge, is it? You want me to make that disappear? Very well. Give it to me.
Ah, no, thanks. Are all magicians like this?
It looks over at Percy.
Yeah.
Apollo, what was that look just now?
I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Yeah. Me and you both, buddy. Okay, well, I'm lost. I mean, I guess we could keep examining things, but I don't know if that's gonna actually do anything. We did talk about everything, right? Yeah. What did we get from... We got this from bearer, right?
Yes.
That was the thing she handed us, and which led us to the studio. So... what exactly am I doing?
You can go inside the stadium, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I have to examine it to go in. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviners concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge.
It's a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
In 3 days?
What? Really? Yeah. The grand finale will be nothing other than...
Don't tell me you're gonna make the Coliseum disappear, right? Oh. Oops. Looks like I was right. How dare you! He just casts a spell from his staff. Apollo turns to ash.
Apollo, I can't believe you'd use your power of perception on something like this.
It was just a wild guess, really. Oh, she actually had a little bit of animation doing the huff there. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely, newest girl. I hope that was deliberate and not, compulsion or anything like that.
Look, Apollo, a balloon. A hot air balloon.
With the Gramarye seal on it, no less.
Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all. It's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valen. Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you.
Those sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. Okay. Doesn't look like we can go inside. I think we've examined everything too. Okay, Phoenix. Talk to you about everything. Oh, maybe... yeah, okay. See the studio, go back to the detention center. That makes sense.
Ah, you here to see Vera Misham?
Yes, that's right.
She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down, so she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment.
All the girlies love rapid-fire tweezing every hair on their body. Most annoying Apollo, she
has agoraphobia, leave her alone.
Bro, come on! God.
Guess we should come back.
People with chronic illnesses, am I right? Like, what the fuck, dude? Oh.
Maybe give the coffee mug to Emma, because I know you can do forensic investigation on that, but I don't think you've done it yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of shit really rubs me the wrong way. As someone my previous housemate has, like, a lot of, chronic stuff, that have developed over the years, and, like, talking to her about, like, people, like, basically, like, not, wanting to continue friendships because it's too much effort, because this person's a lot like, hey, POTS has been flaring up, can't go out because I will feel like crap and or fall asleep at the wheel of a car. Like, I don't really want to do that. And hearing the amount of people that have actually just legit, like, up and, like, left friends circles as a result of that is just kind of like...
That's terrible.
Yeah, it's really fucking awful. My wife has EDS and is always in pain. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, sorry, some people have to deal with stuff that, like, ends up with them being a lot more tired or not in a headspace or physical condition to, like, go out. And
like, even I don't even have like that nature of chronic illness, but like even just like coming home late from work, I've had to several times be like, no, sorry, I'm exhausted, I can't go out. And it's weird that people get pissy about that, because it's like, I'm sorry, I was just on my feet for 8.5 hours. Like,
yeah,
I would rather sit down than go out and stand for another 4 hours.
And like it can be frustrating in a similar way to like how, I mean, fuck, like, in terms of streaming, like, I don't think there's been a day we've started this on the time I wanted to because of a lot of different things. Some of them, like, objectively my fault, and some of it just, like, happenstance
just
and
happenstance.
Stuff. But, yeah. But in like, I would like, the whole idea is that it's reciprocal, right? If this person is saying, like, hey, I don't really feel up to it, I don't think it'd be worth our time to, catch up while I'm in this state, like, that's not just selfish, like, they probably offer you the same thing. Which is the thing I think gets missed there. Is like, it gets framed as this like selfish thing, as opposed to, I don't want to waste your time with me being in a shit condition, and if the roles were reversed, I would be okay with rescheduling or something like that.
Yeah, but it's a reciprocal thing.
Exactly. But people like to kind of like isolate it as, oh, so you didn't want to catch up, and it's like, that is not even close. you were letting your brand of mental illness intersect with my brand of mental illness in a very bad way. Yeah, no, precisely. Well, and some people are also just actually selfish assholes that are projecting.
Some people are just dicks, yeah. That's unrelated to any chronic condition. Some people are just assholes.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing drove me up the wall like spending 10 hours working on a jet and coming home and having to do literally anything within the first hour of taking my boots off. Yeah. No, like, and, I don't do any strenuous, like, physical work, but there are some days where, like, I'll be sitting, like, it's the weirdest thing. I'll sit in meetings for the majority of the day, and I'll be more tired than if I was actually doing my work. And it's the strangest thing, but, sometimes it's, like, people will not make the connection if you're not doing physical work. Like, at least in some respects, some people can like respect, like, oh, sure, you have a physically tiring job, I get that. But like, anything mental, without even going into illnesses or anything, anything that's not visible, anything that's like seems to be on the mental side of things, often gets portrayed as like, well, just not be tired though. It's like, what the fuck? Okay. And, then you complicate it with, like, well, I guess it stems from, sorry, I've been jumping all over the place with the point. Point is, please be patient with people who have chronic illnesses and things like that. I guarantee you, they're probably more upset than you that they're being held down and not doing a thing because of that. I guarantee you.
It sucks being held hostage by your own body.
Yes.
Like, it's the worst.
Yeah. Exactly. Hi, Cookie. We haven't painted any trees yet. I'm hoping we can x-ray some paintings, though, but... yeah. Mega pissed about it all the time. Yeah, exactly. And, like, it's a shame that, I don't think I was ignorant of it, but I didn't realize just, like, how deep of an effect it has on you until I did live with someone who is, like, fighting that all the time, and it's fucking terrible. And doesn't help when, like, good friends suddenly go, like, well, you just don't hang out with me. And it's like, I try to, and my body just says no and starts making me feel pain. Like, what am I supposed to do about that?
Would you rather me go over to your place and fall asleep on the couch? Because that is what'll happen if I go out.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, I guess we do have something about the mug. Emma, about this mug. There's a pale blue, residue on the rim.
Eh? Ah, that. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain.
I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma.
Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science? I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff are you up to? This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches a poison.
Blue Mountain coffee that's actually blue is probably a thing in Splatoon world. Yeah. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug?
That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing.
It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere.
Certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis.
I was afraid you're gonna ask about this. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine. The deadly poison found in the autopsy.
Uh-oh. That spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly.
It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for the adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown.
That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details.
I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can even find the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used them. Everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a shot, Apollo.
Sprays him in the face. Ah! What are you doing?
I was just seeing if I caught the reaction off of you.
How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous.
Tell those hapless witnesses on the stand.
What? Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Oh, okay. Letterbox? Okay. I don't really know what I should be spraying this on. Or where I can even tell if there's a reaction.
I guess just spray on the mugs for now.
I thought I did that.
Huh.
Door handle?
Can you go back? Too bad, no reaction there.
I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second.
What is it, Apollo?
I thought I did that. Did you spray that little desk over there?
I don't think so. This ray probably can't reach that far, you know?
Let's check it out, just to be sure.
Apollo was just standing in place, squirting it from that distance.
And then he changed. Yeah, it's like, Apollo, I think you need to step closer to the thing. Oh, yeah, of course. So you were meant to back out?
I guess, yeah.
Oh, I don't like that. Pen, maybe? Picture frame? Oh.
Oh! Lit up like a blue light sale at Kmart.
Thank you, Mina.
Oh, a reaction, Apollo. Ah, where? The inside of the cute little frame. Look.
Huh.
Oh, would you look at that? Nice going, Tracy. Doing my job for me. I'm known to work magic.
Never mind that I was the one who found it. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches bears traces of deadly poison atroquinine. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for the story of the crime? Yeah, okay, hold on. Before we move on from that, can I open this? Looks like I have to take this back part off first to put a photo inside.
It'd have to be a really small photo to fit in there.
True. That pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this?
Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on here, too.
It's not very obvious, Trucy. Also, like, very... Yeah, like Cookie... Oh, yeah, well... Cookie kind of alluded to it, but, like... It's got, like, hard edges, too? Not just, like, sprayed on or anything like that? Yeah, okay. Like, honestly, not much about this case was kind of too interesting so far, in terms of just like, oh, okay, so, like, kind of locked room-ish-esque thing. Oops. Ish-esque, oh my god. Locked room-ish thing, person who doesn't go out too much, limited amount of suspects, but now this is like, there was poison on an incredibly tiny picture frame. Okay. That's a mystery. Yeah, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story, the night of the crime?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear.
Right.
I thought so. Never forget that face. What was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel? He's after a scoop to sell to the papers.
Oh no. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you?
Really strange. It does raise a few questions.
I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could.
Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. I said something about covering a magician.
Magician? Oh, well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person, because there are only 2 magicians in the entire world.
Chris Angel. The famous mind freak himself.
Yeah. Excuse me, he's not... Wait, no. There was actually a technical distinction people make with Chris Angel. I can't remember what it was, and I was going to make a joke about it.
He's an illusionist, not a magician.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the one.
It wasn't Valent Grammary by any chance, was it?
There were 3 before the incident, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear.
So he's out interviewing Valiant Grammary. Thank you, Vulpix. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought.
Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want.
Business card reads, Spark Brushel, freelance journalist. I don't think there's going to be anything too interesting on it, but... Is that a caricature of him?
It might be.
Okay.
Guess you gotta have a good business card if you work freelance.
Really? What's this? A camera lens finder? Very nice. Now let's take a look at Lotta Hearts.
Do reporters take photos too?
I guess if he's freelance, he'd have to.
Yeah, you could try being a prosecutor and a defense attorney. You'd always win. If you play both sides, you'll always come out on top, Apollo.
Doesn't that technically mean I'd also always lose? I don't know if this is a good idea, Trucy. Well, why don't I become a rock star too while I'm at it? Stupid sexy.
Don't say that to her. She'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's a great idea."
Yeah, no, don't. Suddenly she's shoving him on stage for the magic show again. I mean, yeah, okay. I guess we're... She will yes you into a gig. Yep. Don't underestimate her. She has connections. Oh, nice. So, a journalist was here on a story?
All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him.
He doesn't look too happy about it.
Brushel. That cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes.
Vulpix mentioned mint earlier. Mint leak case. No!
Could you tell us more about him? What do you want? Oh, and show him the Grammary envelope if you haven't already as well.
Oh, really? Considering the text that's literally on screen right now, I would have thought that would be something not to show to anyone. But sure, I can do that. I was wondering if you could tell me about this.
His hand just darts out and grabs it.
Yep. Oh, but that was... okay.
Uh-huh. Why, that bears the Grammary seal.
Oh no.
Uncle Valen, is something wrong? Brucey, where did you get this? Huh? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner? Is it? No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy?
Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit.
The signature upon the back, do you not recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that.
Ah.
What's in this envelope, I wonder? Yeah, okay. Alright. My senses on that were right in that, yeah, it's probably not a good idea to just flash that around, but... Mr. Brushall, journalist.
A man by that name called on me just now.
Just now.
Violent's vision is always toward tomorrow. Violent's feet step always forward. That was such a weird line.
Yeah.
That is all. That's all very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident.
That incident?
In any case, I have requested the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it?
He brought up the... Okay.
It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramarye.
Why would he bring that up with... Huh.
Uncle Valent, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators.
The detention center?
He was a rude individual. Might I see that card?
Sure.
He would tear apart my respectability. I will tear apart him.
That's so petty!
Ooh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valent's big magic trick.
Is he going to fix the card? I'm sure that qualifies as big magic.
What happened to the big magic? Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped?
I think this is a good time for a break. Oh, man. Oh. I don't even know how to put into words. I genuinely don't.
I just love how insanely shady they make him. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's just like, what?
It's making that roulette go off in your head. It's like, okay, are they calling their shot, or is this a red herring, or is this a red herring to the fact that they're calling their shot?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's just like, I don't... Because especially at this stage, like 4 games deep, like, it's kind of that thing where the writers and game designers kind of like know what you're expecting to some degree and like play into that rather than the blank slate. So like, I am just second guessing myself of like, I literally cannot tell if he is being super suspicious or is just being weird, or being weird is an indication of something that will be important later on. Like, especially when he's like super worried about the letter and just like in general like setting up a very particular facade that would, I believe, be broken later. And also like there's just like there's 2 things that really stand out to me so far as like kind of not in terms of the mystery or anything, but just like interesting notes. Like that the poison in the picture frame is just kind of like, huh. What? It's one of those things where they show you a piece of the mystery that's very, like, obviously a mystery, instead of, like, hiding aspects of it or anything like that. Like, they present to you a full piece of the puzzle that is, like, so deep in it that you... How does that even connect to anything? Like, what the hell? Mm-hmm. And I like that. But also, I'm surprised that it's establishing that this journalist is talking to Valent about the murder, like, obviously these things are probably going to intertwine in some ways. We keep bringing up the phrase 7 years and all that. But it's super interesting that they're, like, out the gate establishing some like, someone believes these two things are connected, and it wasn't, like, a natural... Or, sorry, it wasn't, the core characters realizing it's connected, but it's someone else just going, no, these are connected. And you're just sitting there like... Huh. I don't know how much I've seen Phoenix Wright or Ace Attorney in general do something like that, but I like when it does happen. Because, like, it feels like confidence in writing when they can present you something like the picture frame, and it's absurd enough that, like, it doesn't give away anything, but makes you super intrigued, because, like, how could that... Why does that possibly make sense, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Good time for a break. Make sure you stretch your water and drink your legs, and we will be back to... I'm confused. We're not seeing the show today, are we? Like, I'm pretty sure he said it's, like, in a few days, didn't he?
Yeah, it's a few days from now, yeah.
Okay. What is this
So,
water you speak? Sorry, go on, Mina.
Based on the timing, it is conveniently timed to happen right after the trial's over.
Yes, I did note that. that did seem to be convenient. Newest girl, I will get you. Drink your damn water. Anyway, we'll be right back. I'm back. Where did Chrome-
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Alright. I wonder if we're actually going to talk to journalists before case, because Emma kind of implied that, like, we wouldn't be able to, but I guess it's probably more that she's not going to help us talk to him before the thing, because he's a witness. But when has that stopped us before? We shouldn't even be around the crime scene, technically. We're just lawyers. Alright. Right, the magically ripped, business card. That's the word. He must have really not liked that journalist.
No, the time has come when I must make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Trucy girl. Thanks, Uncle Valent. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle.
What do you think that journalist was after? Why did Valent react like that to this envelope? Also, you had to show him it. Huh.
Yeah. Because knowing that it's Zach's signature on it is important.
Yeah.
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Yeah. Hi, Phoenix. Just passing through.
Hi, Phoenix. Bye, Phoenix.
Yep. This is very funny within the world that, like, Trucy and Apollo just walk into the office and walk right back out. Like, anyone else...
They have to stop.
Go on.
They have to stop by home so that she can give him a hug.
Yeah. Oh, and probably Water Charlie, too. He's very important.
Yeah.
It is very funny to consider that, but then Phoenix sees that specifically, and it's like, yeah, doing the legwork. I know how that goes. This might be the journalist. Who...
Do you want to take this guy?
Do I?
Yeah.
Sure, I can. I don't know what voice I'm going to give him until he appears, but I think I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that caricature was in fact a caricature, to be fair, but... We're all doing it for the money, end quote.
No, not at all.
Looks like someone's already meeting here.
Maybe that reporter? Fucking hideous. Terrifying.
What? Wait, he's just fucking... When he looks down to the right, like, oh my god. Wow, I hate this man. Oh god, what voice do I want to give him? This is female performance, god damn it, Cookie. Oh, also it's got a feather. Interesting. Oh, okay. Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice? You? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing?
Are you a reporter by any chance?
Who? You? You're Trucy. Sir, do not make that fucking... Why was he standing like that when he said that? I hate that.
Yeah? Am I famous?
Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote.
That's so not true.
Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy.
interview.
Everything with him is an interview. This man never stops working. She's just like me for real. I appreciate the question mark in that newest girl. So, God, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. Oh my God, he's literally gonna end all his sentences with end quote. Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Engineered in a lab to annoy the shit out of me.
No, how many times do I have to tell you this?
I cannot believe before I didn't end up making the joke, but I was gonna go like over under on this person being more annoying than Lotta Hart, and that comparison is not even fair anymore.
I think Lotta Hart's lovely.
Lotta Hart is lovely and a bit of a pain to work with. Comparing her to this man at all is an insult.
Look, I've got work to do. You deal with them. Did you come here to interview the guard?
Oh wee, what a pickle. Hughes wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. End quote.
Huh.
I still really love the way she look on the corner, the side of the frame there. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel, Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just close his eyes. I'm not... Sorry, let me do that again. I'm not picky. Journalist just close his eyes. Writes. End quote. Why would you describe yourself like that, sir? That's... What's that nauseatingly mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. I'll romp through crossroads of mayhem and madness. End quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Oh, no. Bro sipping on Listerine! I remember an edited picture of that weird monkey pose he does overlaid over Grossberg so it looks like he's groping his man boobs. The image haunts me.
Oh.
Terrible. You. Thank you for sharing, Vulpix. Spark Brushel.
So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Ah, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote.
Okay.
Oh, for instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Yeah?
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly. I knew you'd understand. Huh? Did I miss the train of thought? Did the train of thought disappear?
I think it left the station.
Apparently. But who's driving the train? Brushel's driving the train, that can't be. Night of the crime.
So, the night of the murder... Were you at Drew's studio?
As horrifying as he is to bear witness to, he's fucking hilarious. Oh, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record.
Yes?
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. Always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back. End quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Well, because you have to give them to the guy at the hip.
True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too?
It's like he thinks he's talking in similes, but he's actually being very direct. And everyone else is just like, yeah, that is true. Still tickets from the airport guy and get free flights easy. Well, yeah, according to him. Exactly. See? It's the same thing.
What is?
Yes, same, Apollo. Oh, we're gonna... Oh, no, we're gonna have to cross-examine this guy. Oh.
So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he never had a story done about him before.
That's right. Look, let me set one thing for the record here.
What?
This writing thing's already kind of getting on my nerves, I'm not gonna lie. Sure you're gonna want to know about my source? What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yeah.
Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy is gonna tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly. See? That's what I'm talking about. Am I going insane? This is having such a perplexing effect on me. It's so weird. Like, I can't tell if his... actually, let's just get to the end of this bit.
You are not immune to bullshit.
Yeah. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. All savvy is eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right. Guess we'll leave then. Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us. Just for the heck of it.
I remember it like it was yesterday. Uh-huh. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup. Oh, that's why that was on his mind. When an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote. I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. What happened to his nose there? What the f...
He's sniffing. He's sniffing.
Okay,
He's snooting.
you know what? Capcom, I think you're good with the animation. I think we can go back to the Game Boy Advance where there were a lot less animations. Because I don't want you to ever animate a character like this again. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. I see. He called the send. He sure did. Is it this, maybe? Huh. Ah, right. Let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're
Poor
going to say.
Trucy is like so hesitant about everything he says.
Yeah. I know what you're going to say. Russell, take this. Write brilliant column. End quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing. And that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. I guess probably the same thing then. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Okay. Then what do we do with this man? Because we brought up the oil painting and I presented both of them and he said nothing about it.
It's not supposed to be relevant yet.
I mean, I guess, but then I'm just a bit confused as to what I need to do now?
Did you present the... Which version of the painting did you present?
Both of these. The ones that look like the giant peach.
Okay, well, maybe now you can show it to Emma, now that you have, like, a reason to believe it might be connected.
Oh. Okay, that's fair enough. Oh, or we're looking on the lookout for an oil painting, I guess. Yeah, because that... Because that makes me think, like... Because you've got the oil painting in the back with the different, like, kind of, art style, I guess you probably call it, compared to the one on the easel. And that one's painting over something, or seemed to be painting over something existing. So, like, oil painting stolen, trying to make a counterfeit kind of thing.
Well, how'd it go? Find anything out?
Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you.
What's with that scary face you're making?
What's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going on, Emma? Guess we can present this again now? Emma, about this painting.
Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it?
That's not what I wanted to ask you about.
You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry.
Did we not do the...
Maybe the other one? Yeah, that one.
Okay, sure.
Here.
I feel this is a thing that's kind of like been present in a lot of the previous games where like there's two things that would make sense and rarely does it ever give you like let you present either of them and get the same result like moving the plot forward especially. Makes a bit more sense in the trials because they're trying to go down a very particular logical path. That makes sense. But out doing the exploring stuff, like, it makes a little less sense that, like, it wouldn't just give you credit for either. But, yeah, it's a minor thing. This painting came from behind that dresser.
Yeah, so...
It was stolen, no?
I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out.
Do you think you could tell us a bit about this?
I suppose. It's what you think. Rumi Sham was a forger.
Sham? Is that...
Drew my sham.
Yeah.
A forger?
Drew me a sham, yeah. Oh.
So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart.
Oh, which explains the very different art styles, because he's not actually using his own style, he is just copying. Yeah, okay.
Well, why not just photocopy them then? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So, Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess.
Might also explain why he's got, like, the lathe and woodworking stuff, because he, yeah, again, forging things, not, coherent, or one coherent art, or set of art pieces. Crime? But I thought the only crimes were murder, wiretapping, grand larceny. Yeah, we're learning a lot today. Oh, also being in contempt of court. Don't forget that. I see.
Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place.
What do you mean?
We're trying to determine if a painting is when you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of the mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily, anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh, yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces.
I get it now.
Not that I really need to go to such a length. Seeing as how one of these paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kinda like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking.
True. That would be interesting. Maybe valuable for our case.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, they say.
Maybe I should ask him to help us out. Do I present that again? Oh, no, I present this now, because, yeah. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. And I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick.
Oh, fine. This once, though. Let's check it out.
Gee, I wonder which one I'm gonna...
And I think Maya is actually arrested for being in contempt of court in the very first game. In Edgeworth's trial, she buys some time by stalling on the stand, and she actually does get arrested and thrown in jail for it.
Alright, let's start from here. Because we want to go bottom up, considering we're looking for the sketch layer. Four crimes then. And whatever happens during game overs for Phoenix 2, I think, is probably counts.
Yeah. Whatever happens when the miracle never happened.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, is that not all that? What on earth?
Okay, let's print this one out.
Don't forget being in... Whoa. Don't forget being in prison for being an accomplice, like Lana and Cocoon Boy. Ah, true. Huh. It's like a flaming person on top of scaffolding of some kind. And
With a guitar.
Yeah, that would have been my guess. What the heck?
Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough.
Oh, Trucy.
And devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted for the rough.
Was he stupid?
What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like.
Right. I think I follow you. So, in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting.
Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely. And then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that?
Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd.
You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo.
You think we could check out one of the other paintings?
Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I guess we could just go over all of them. Sure, pufferfish? Start from the bottom up, I think, again. So I don't think the game would do this, but, I wonder if, I don't think it would put things onto the image that you would put in there and then it'd end up with a mistake, but at the same time, probably doesn't hurt. Is it going to be the same image again? No, not quite. What is that? I'm sorry?
Okay, let's print this one out.
That's... He's been painting the crimes we've seen. This one too.
What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden.
Yeah, hey Drew, what's up though? You'd think I could just look at the last of these?
Fine by me. Knock yourself out.
Emma's just eating Snackoos like, I don't know what he's getting so worked up about. It's like very not abstract. What's the word I'm looking for here? Like interesting artistic interpretation of those events. I'll give it that. But that also implies that, like, I don't know how public all those cases have been, so, like... Oh my god. Oh my god, a ton of the sequences we saw so far began with painterly, like, drawing sketch stuff before it focuses into the real thing. Oh my god, I just realized that. Oh, what the fuck is going... What the fuck is going on? Those are the wrong cards, but, you know. What the heck is all this?
I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation?
It's not capable of a gas leak, is it, Emma? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything?
Ah, they're... Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on?
These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on.
What?
The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the Gaviners concert. A picture of Girls' Night!
What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why?
That's what I want to know.
Wait. Is Drew Misham your father?
Give me a break. Is that even remotely possible to you? I'd never heard of any Drew Misham before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. There were my cases, drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham? And what did he have to do with me? Wow. Okay, that's a hell of a fucking start.
It's a good hook. It's a good hook.
Yes. That is... What could that possibly mean? Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss. That's just like... That's such a curveball to throw in. Like, again, it feels like there's a lot of confidence in this writing here, where they're just plainly presenting you a thing that makes you go like, wait, what? It's very good so far. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I guess, like, the one complicating factor here is, like, okay, like, forget for a moment that this person has drawn all 3 of the cases Apollo specifically has been handling. There is something that we don't know, or I'm not really sure of here, and it hasn't been established in the story yet, is, like, was the events of those, like, really public knowledge? And could someone have been able to say, yes, it was Apollo who actually, you know, saw over those cases? I would expect the public reporting would talk about the events to some degree, but not that Apollo was handling them. So, like, on one hand, there's, like, could someone even know about all of these 3 events without having been involved? But 2, could someone actually put together that these were all handled by the same person? And then there's the fact that this whole thing is being overseen by Phoenix, who would know all of those things, but, like, that's probably not got anything to do with Drew, right?
Hmm. Curiouser and curiouser.
Indeed. That inch do be resting. Good
Someone better
mor-
wake it up.
Yeah. And not just whether it could be done, but done by a huge recluse. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, that's exactly it. This person was also cut... Oh, fuck! Yeah, no, wait a minute. This person's also, like, basically cut himself off from the world. How the... How could he have... The internet? No. Yeah, could he? Maybe. But he was, he didn't even use email, so, like, you know, newspaper and stuff like that. We didn't see anything in there, but, like, the whole point of some of the opening bit was to establish that, he, didn't have much, communication with the outside world, right? The whole thing of all his communications going through the letterbox. So, like, that makes it even more interesting that he knows about all of these things and potentially knows they're all connected. Huh. Good morning.
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with a W, but not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please. Good morning.
Ah, she speaks.
Not bad, not bad. But I think it'll do better with a little smile, you know? Trucy's been around men too long.
Yep.
She's adopted that. You should really smile more.
You can't, Trucy, you can't just say that. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters.
Thank you for taking my case.
Aww. Okay. Well, that's a start, I guess. Oh god, this fucking thing. I still can't unsee that as, like, a sculpture of some kind, and not, like, a tiny bottle. There she goes with the nail polish again.
That's great, really. It's so cultured. Wanna try? Ooh, really?
She's also got a bear on the front of her overalls, too.
Yeah.
Apollo! Ah, girls. Always into their nails and stuff like that, am I right, guys?
Women, they do be shopping.
Which is very funny if you headcanon he's, like, trans masked, because it's like...
Yeah.
Apollo? What are you...
Girls, of which I am not one.
Yeah. Nep wouldn't be caught dead into that stuff, am I right, guys?
My fellow men, my fellow big, strong, buff men.
Mm-hmm. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger. And a sold painting was found in his studio. A life of crime, really? And maybe one that led to his death. Starting a folding chair carrying concert call. God. Misogynist trans mask Apollo who hates rock and loves folk songs. What a combo.
Well, we will now begin the trial of Veramisham.
Is the judge okay?
Phoenix had to strong arm him into presiding over this case.
His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like.
Judge caught the gas leak in illness. Yeah, still hasn't recovered.
The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever.
Today is a test of the juris system, and it's the first step towards a new order in our courts.
Daddy's secret mission.
There's so much going on in this case. I keep losing track of the fact that there's so much going on right now. The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, Judge Well and Judge Cool. Deeply unserious.
Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin.
Deeply unserious.
I was going to say that.
Ah, my apologies, Herr Judge.
Ahem, jurist. Today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind.
Jurists aren't bound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. We're about to find out just what effect they're going to have.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter Drew Michan. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Michan. I was literally gonna, actually that. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
The mug? Ah, residue was found in the room, I see.
The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death.
The court accepts this as evidence.
Death by atroquinine poisoning. Estimated time of death 9:30 p.m. Anything else? 2 male, October 6th. No. Cause of death thing. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. I think I skipped that.
It's alright.
The victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning.
A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your wishes.
I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. A journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Ah, right. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Bushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to say something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel?
Oh no, he's doing it again. Clavier, I'm pretty sure Brushel is anything but simple. Yeah. I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make a park sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. Wait, what? Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste.
It means he's trying to say it's making a molehill out of a mountain, but he's using a very stupid metaphor for it.
Yeah. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. You must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel. End quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we?
A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Ah, okay. Awesome. The journalist story. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. First outsider to enter the atelier. Journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you, the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's Moida, I tell you. Newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. No, Cookie! Oh no, what happened? Hold on. Where's... Oh god.
I think it's because he typed twitch.tv.
Oh no.
And that counted as posting a link. Oh god.
Really?
Let me, one sec.
Oh my god. Ah. Moobot. I gotta add that as a thing, I think. Fucked up, yeah. Sorry, Cookie.
That's so funny though.
Everyone's watching on twitch.tv. Oh, no, because... No, yeah, Moobot's being clever with, how it was doing that. I don't think I want that auto-modded, actually. I will have to figure out how to get rid of that, because... I would rather be the judge of whether or not stuff like that gets timed out. But yeah, to be absolutely fair, that does make sense as a measure, because yeah, people will try and do that to get around it, and that's not going to produce a link, but yeah. Game? Oh, there we go. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed.
Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
I'm so happy for him.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
Okay. Visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. First, outside and into the atelier. His daughter bought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened. You know what happened next. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. First. Would you mind being a little more specific? Oh wait, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No wait, that's not what I meant. I believe I know what Herr Forehead is driving at. This coffee's a victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that That's what I was gonna say. Really. Well, now, if you've got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits, several times if necessary. Write for a grade schooler. That's my motto. God. I mean, okay. I mean, to be fair, considering the fucking, the average, selection bias and all, but considering the average reading level of a random person on fucking Twitter, yeah. Yeah. Some people will read a tweet and then, like, twist it as much as they can to mean, well, I mean, I like pancakes, so you're saying you hate waffles. You know,
Yeah.
that is a meme for a reason. Which isn't to say I can only write at a grade school level on who touched the coffee. Dunno. I was in the back, looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. And what happened next? So what you're saying is you didn't witness anything? Wait. Actually, this is important to press, because Emma was talking before about how long it takes for the poison to actually work. What's this about a star falling?
Oh, shit. Star Falls, huh? It's like an old telegram. Send money. Over.
Zowie! You don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. Star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there?
Excellent question.
I wouldn't really think stars could fall, really.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird word choice when you think about it, because they're not actually stars. It's usually like some kind of detritus falling into the upper atmosphere. Actual stars are like way bigger, and you know, this conversation can wait. Does this matter? Oh boy, this is good stuff. Good stuff. How about star breaks? Lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death. About when Mr. Misham passed away. Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes. And then?
Trucy has never played Dragoon. Star Diver doesn't count as a shooting star. And the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life's flame sputters and fails. So cold was that touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, Life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over? Yeah, that's a go.
I think he's starting his article already.
Judge, is that legal? I feel like that's gonna be illegal. Could you describe that a little more simply? Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Not a seizure his final performance, end quote. Atroquinine paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arcs back like a bow. The limbs...
That's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh yeah? Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details. For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinine, My Love, by The Governors. Available at all major music outlets. Looks pointedly at the CCTV cameras.
The point here is that the victim died of atroquinine poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony?
I think it's important for the reason you listed, right? If it was a troponine, then it would have taken a long time for him to die.
Yeah. Well, as an account of the moment of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. The court requests the witness add this account to his testimony.
Those spasms. You say it was definitely death by poison. How can you be so sure? Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. I've had more than my share of experiences with so-called poisonings. Man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote. Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Oh, so this is a way to switch out the statements then.
Yeah.
No need. Let's go with what we have for now. Is there something I can present for that? Traces of slow-acting deadly poison. Maybe? That feels a little loose, honestly. Oh, you
Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that would be it. Yeah, the coffee cup on the statement.
Yeah. Sorry, just 1 second. Do we get ability to look at that thing again? No, probably not. Yeah. It's a little. This is one of the problems with Brushall as a person we're cross-examining. He feels like the kind of guy that. He feels like the kind of guy that in a non-game scenario, you'd say like, so you're saying X, and he'd like phrase it in a really weird way, but then you trying to pin him down on exact wording is literally impossible because he likes to punch up all his talk. And
yeah,
unfortunately that means here that like it feels a bit imprecise as to whether this would actually counter what he's saying, because it's not saying he died instantly. He's talking about like the spasms, which like, I mean, I guess could happen once the poison started affecting him, but yeah, I might as well go with that. Oh no.
Yes.
This statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I will have to penalize you. Whatever. Okay.
Oh, what a shame, Mr. Justice, on your first cross-examination in front of cameras. Oh.
What are the other statements like exactly?
Okay. Let's go back. So we've got. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. His daughter brought us coffee right before we started. Those spasms, that was definitely death by poison. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. So I get the other thing we do have here is we could replace the statements. It could be that if we start talking about the Stars coffee specifically, that he might bring up something a bit more related.
Maybe, yeah.
So if we speed through to this, the Stars coffee. You say Mr. Measham had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course. He who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger. End quote. Didn't you say before that you weren't paying attention? I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world. God. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts his lips to mug, drinks. Drinks? End quote.
The poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault. Since I gulped down the coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record? Does this guy have a pause button?
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
Sure. Put.
Oh yeah, that is very important.
I don't think he even. Hold on. Did you actually see him drink the coffee? I live in a... Yeah. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it. He had one so-called sip.
Oh, so
My
yeah,
stomach
he is
did a
in his
somersault.
very weird way. He's testifying that he took one sip and then died instantly.
Yeah, but yeah, it's very not clear because again, the way this guy talks is again, he doesn't stay on exact precise statements. He punches up everything, so you lose. Yeah, you got to be really careful with a character that talks like this because if that gets in the way of actual understanding what it's trying to portray, then, you know, suddenly your player gets lost and I don't know, that doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like he's saying anything to be fair, but the victim drank his coffee then immediately fell over. Oh yes. You can go to press with that one. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony.
Yeah, like the point at which it gets confirmed that that's important is after you've already decided that it's important. It's like it's circular. Like that doesn't the player can't infer from what Brushel said prior to that other than trial and error or just metagaming it going, well, of course it was important because you're asking me if it's important.
Mm-hmm.
That's vital, right.
I see. It doesn't bother me as much as some others, just because the characters in universe fucking hate him too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I would say that that's like a point. Like, it's definitely understandable given what's going on. But at the same time, like that, the whole point is that you're writing it. You can still make it so that like the conversation eventually leads to this. And he just agrees and moves on, rather than, like, not even kind of hinting at what... Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's done particularly well here, unfortunately. But yeah, I guess we could go with this, then. Objection!
There we go.
You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine.
Oh?
Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pile.
Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information.
An omission?
Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting. Okay. According to one forensic scientist...
It's one of the most virulent poisons, but it's absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show.
Oh, sorry. Actually, sorry, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but to come back to that bit there, you know what would have made that, like, instantly better? Is, like, if Apollo... If the conversation happens, and then Apollo, before being asked if it's important, Apollo says, wait, so you're saying that he fell over immediately? Like, the bit where he can ask that, and then gets a confirmation, and, you know, Brushel goes on his thing. If that was there before making the decision, perfect. Because, like, Apollo's dialogue essentially prompts the player to think, is that actually important? But yeah, then it happened before that was revealed, which yeah, it's been unfortunate. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Measham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time to enjoy his last cup of joe. What the fucking creature at the witness stand?
Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard.
Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. That was virulent, alright. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Oh, good. Training the witness again, are we? Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was not so subliminal suggestion, end quote. Judge, are we gonna penalize Gavin for it? He's absolutely right. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he did. Died. I would be forced to say auf wieder... I would be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop? Scoop? Why? Why is this an animation he has? Why is... He is brushing his tongue with the same brush he is wiping his glasses. Sir! I don't care how often you brush during the day. That is gross. God. Shut up, Cookie. Oh my god. Look, wait. Just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. We're waiting. Out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival of recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wish there was a sprite of Apollo with just his head on the desk. Like, oh my god. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard a poison that takes its sweet time, see? I'm glad one of his lines eventually did just have C in it. That's in a sentence with C. That's, yeah, good. I'm glad I picked this voice. Sorry, Wolfie, I just have to carry this bit from Claire in the Ace Attorney Discord. Yeah, no, that's fair. But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say. Oh, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Look at him. He looks like a claymation in standing in the oh, it looks so off. Hi Charles, how's it going? Oh, my god. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony. That Mr. Measham died the instant after he drank. Yes, this motherfucker, Charles. Of course I'm standing by my testimony. And my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him.
Him?
I think we're forgetting that Phoenix is him. Phoenix Wright. Who else? Yeah. Timon and Pumbaa.
Himalayan.
Yeah. Kim Kardashian. That was the one I was looking for. God damn it. I was sitting here like, no, there's another one. I know there's another one. It's just not coming to mind. Achtung, Herr Bruschel. Report for us, if you would. What is it that you noticed? I detest this.
He's disgusting.
The character design, like, sometimes there are some certain character design choices that are like, that's kind of weird. Like, I mean, Measham, for example, with the huge hair.
Yeah.
They were on point with Brushel. Every single animation, just every single sprite. Oh, sorry, I think I skipped that.
It's alright.
This court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
Check the last message on the Ace Attorney thread in Lucas server. Okay.
Don't do it, it's a trap.
Against my better judgment. I hate it. I did notice, I think, when Barry was streaming Ace Attorney at some point, or after he'd streamed, I think, Apollo Justice, this guy's face, now that I think about it, is a like a 7TV emote or something. I now know why that emote is called end quote. What Brushel noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Measham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
A suicide note?
What? What do you... Okay, I understand from the game perspective why that's important, because we're going to talk about the envelope. But... why do you think that... Let him cook, Your Honor. I guess we have to see what he's going on about. Yes, he had this look on his face. And his face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Hey, don't bring quadratic fucking equations into this, bastard.
It is, it is accurate. Journalists are naturally enemies of math. Suicide? Poor Mr. Measham. But that means Vera's innocent.
Yeah, what? Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
Oh. Drew Measham pouring his coffee and putting some atroquinine in it. This will really fuck him up good. I haven't been out of the house in 7 years. I need to invite someone in so that someone can call the cops so my body doesn't rot.
Yeah.
Lord knows Vera's not calling the cops.
My first and only interview. Sir, what do you mean by that? Falls over
Oh,
dead.
you'll see.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
Oh, sorry, I thought... Yeah. Committing suicide in front of this weirdo forever to change the course of his life, yeah. That's why he's like this now. Okay, when I arrived at the studio, Mr. Measham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. Thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? We have that. But the thing on it was like from 7 years ago.
Yeah. Maybe press this. You might get like another statement that you can
Yeah,
do something with.
I don't doubt that. I'm just like preemptively looking through it because this, to me, this already presents a bit of a weird thing, right? We're talking about an envelope that was from 7 years ago that was opened. I think it was opened by Emma. I don't think we ever got confirmation on whether that was just her or not. But he said he was writing it, or writing something. Or seemed to be writing a letter he might not have actually been writing. Or he could have been forging a letter. I didn't actually think of that. But yeah, let's press this and see where we get. So he put the letter away when he saw you? An early reporter gets the worm, end quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrived 15 minutes ahead of schedule. No, Emma said she hadn't opened it. She used the analysis thing. Well, that's a weird thing, because, like, Emma was kind of stuttering around that time, which initially made me think, wait, did you open that? But I guess she wouldn't have needed to. Also, 15 minutes ahead of schedule, huh? Is that right? The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that unlawful entry, really? Mr. Measham seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. Oh. Yellow envelope. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant.
I don't think we saw a yellow envelope.
Well, Mr. Justice?
I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. Yeah. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor.
Very well, please add it to the testimony then.
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It's a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. Huh? Excuse me? And you saw him seal this yellow envelope with the letter. Hey, don't look at me like that. I saw what I saw.
Paulo, you think this might be...
Our big break, yeah. I need to show some decisive evidence now. Is he just colorblind? Like... That seems to be...
Well, I mean, you
Go on.
have a red envelope you can shove in his face.
I mean, I guess I do. That's the autopsy report. Sorry, there's like a Undertale 7 different colored envelopes joke in here somewhere, and my brain tripped over trying to put it together. Yeah, I guess. I'm wondering where this is going, because I don't think I follow so far. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in a desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope. What?
Ah!
Why? 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 Hey, Capcom, why? Prosecutor Gavin. Yes. Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no. But, Herr Forehead, it's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. The fuck do you mean?
I guess.
Ah, yes, sorry. How silly of me. I should have known that was the manila envelope instead of the Vanta black envelope. Really easy to mix those two up. Like, what do you mean? No? Unless he actually is colorblind, but... I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. What does that have to do with anything? Wait, no, really, what was... It's easy to mistake, but he didn't say anything about the post... Huh? I'm legit confused about that. I don't know what that was driving at.
Because the only envelope found in his entire apartment was red. So Brushel either was mistaken about the color somehow, or there is a second envelope that was not in his apartment when y'all got there.
Well, yeah, I do understand that bit, and you know, something that was taken after he died. That makes sense. It would be it makes sense to go on. I guess I'm just confused as to the logic here of, hey Clavier, was there a yellow envelope found at the scene? Well, no, but that could have been, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean, easy to mistake the color of an envelope, and then Apollo just seems to go onto the postmark, but like, no one brought that up. I don't know. Sorry, that reads like it's trying to make connect two dots that you can't actually connect. But yeah. Well, yeah, but he's arguing that the letter was a suicide note, so it wouldn't make sense for it to be postmarked so long ago. Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. I understand, and again, like, I get that. My point is more, they're discussing how you could mistake the letter. Well, actually, no. Let me see where this goes first. I shouldn't hold it up.
Well, Mr. Brushel?
I can explain that. Drew, right. He wanted to get that letter in an envelope, pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed away. What about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Chump.
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misha. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I hate that.
Fucking creature.
Yeah.
Order, order, order. Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court?
Oh, my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel.
Oh my god. Is this music that... I don't know why I feel like I associate this with Lotta Heart, but...
Oh no, this is just this game's weird witness theme.
Oh, is it? weird.
Yeah.
I feel like I've heard this in a different...
It's a remix of the one from the first game. I
Oh,
think,
okay,
yeah.
that's probably what I'm thinking of then. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in the
Yeah,
envelope...
Sorry, like Cookie said, it's from Justice for All.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. So-called postage stamp. End quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter. What else? Ah. And then, why yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope. He put it in that box.
Oh, shit.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case.
Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls. End quote.
As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case.
First used for director Hottie, the weird creep from the hospital. Ah, yeah, okay, yep, That tracks.
That said,
Yes, Your Honor?
it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope.
Sign the papers. Oh. Sign the papers.
$100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
But that was also 7 years ago. What would he... So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, you know, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that, rather unique face. I'm glad we're pointing this out in the actual dialogue. Ah, come on! Tony has active imagination, little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
Judge has active imagination, end quote. Oh god, no, it's spreading.
Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. Sir, you are in court. I completely lost what we were even talking about. This is fucking incredible. Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Porter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Huh.
So you threatened to go to the press with his story? That's how you got your interview? Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not...
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
I see.
Oh, while you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsmith or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to the press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
Please get him out of here, oh my god. Certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? I just realized something.
Yeah.
Forged evidence? I see. Oh, thing's going. Actually, it took a bit of work to get the thumbs up for the interview. Reporter leverages story, gets his interview, end quote. Story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. Okay, so the unique sprite is here.
Oh, this one's fucking disgusting.
Oh, I fucking hate this.
Yeah.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Oh, yeah, here again. I don't really know where I should be looking. See anything fidgeting with anything? Am I on... I feel like I'm on the wrong statement or something. This seems pretty consistent.
Yeah, you might be on the wrong statement.
Okay. It's the one with the... Why is it so close to his face? Because you need to perceive, Charles. Get all up close and... get all up in there. Like, usually it's like you're picking out a particular stance they're taking, and that's the only one that was unique, I think. Because this one's neutral with the adjustments. This one he's like grinning. Then he's got two where he's brushing, well, you know, hitting the brush against.
I guess focus less on the animation and more on what's a statement that you think seems fishy.
Yeah. That's an assumption. Oh, but then...
I will let you know off the bat, this one is both annoying and gross.
Awesome. I don't...
If you're not seeing any changes on his face, you might have to look elsewhere.
His hand is the only other one that's like really defined, I guess. It's just like saying gross is just like I don't know what I could possibly be looking at that would, you know, be... I could be on the wrong statement too, I guess, which, you know, kind of makes it a bit weird.
Do you want to know that?
Yeah, I do.
No, you were on the right statement.
I am?
Yeah.
What on earth is... It's not the top of his head.
I think you've given his whole head a pretty thorough examination.
Yeah, I mean... But what else? What am I meant to look at then? That's... Honestly, I feel like this mechanic actually needs, like, a zoom. So you
Yeah.
can, like, look in and out and focus in.
See, on the DS, that was what the top screen was for.
Oh, so you could see the entire animation, and then the bottom screen was... Oh...
Yeah.
Yeah, this definitely needed a zoom then, in that case. Mina, I'm gonna be honest, I'm lost. I don't know what else I can really look at.
Do you want a hint?
Yes.
Okay. The phrase you're looking at specifically is, but Drew's talent. Something happens on but Drew's talent.
Okay. Does this freeze the animation entirely? I feel like this still allows the movement to actually happen. I can't remember if I'm remembering that incorrectly or not. But, like,
You want another hint?
yes.
What's something people do when they get nervous?
Sweat? Oh, no fucking way, dude. Are you It's a fucking grayscale image zoomed all the way in and... Oh, that's awful, dude. Nothing about the gross shit. This is just bad.
Yeah.
Like, if this was zoomed out and you had the color, and, like, I could see the full animation happening and you know, you look around, probably fine. But, like, come on, this is subtle as hell. Considering all the noise that's happening in the image as well, like, I could easily miss that. Ugh. Yeah, also, it's magical disappearing sweat stain. Whereas, like, if like, drops of sweat or something on his face came down, that'd be another thing, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha!
It is infuriatingly subtle.
Yep. Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? That's more than that. When Mr. Meesham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. Ah! Why was he mouthing along with the words there? You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show Mr. Meesham's true talent where Mr. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. The painting?
Yes.
Yeah. Nothing else here was made by him. That's the original painting, and this would be the one that shows that he was doing, you know, it with a stolen painting.
Take that!
Can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude from this evidence. Are you fucking serious? Oh. Other than that, you made a horrible mistake? Man burns bridge, gets across first. End quote. Shouldn't be so hard, right? Yeah. Like showing...
Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand why they're not interchangeable.
What, do you have to present the one that...
The hidden one, yeah.
But that's...
I know.
I can't believe I literally brought this up before. It's like, but that doesn't really happen in trials.
But this time it did.
But this isn't the forgery. He's not, but, like, the inference here is like, well, actually, his talent was stealing paintings. Like, no, that wasn't... He has the painting, he has the stolen painting because he's making a forgery, which is... Okay, that's fucking stupid.
Okay, you're almost done with this fucker. You're almost done with it.
I hate this man. His logic whack. His animations, whack. The way that he fucking talks, whack. Ugh. This painting was found in Mr. Measham's studio. There are 2 problems with this painting. Namely, one of them is a different painting. But we'll get to that. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. What? Oh, yeah. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Measham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Yeah. I don't even know why we're talking about the one that was stolen, to be frank. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Oh, God. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Capcom set out to make a truly disgusting character design, and they succeeded.
Yep. 10 out of 10. Never showed me this again. That is all, Your Honor.
I think I read somewhere that he's meant to be like a caricature of Shu Takumi himself. if that's the case, then like holy shit.
Jesus, yeah. Everyone, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery? That's a serious crime.
Joe Measham is known as an artist these days. But there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Oh, giving him an accent now, too. Apparently.
Another art meeting. Forgery?
Joe Measham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. The fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Apollo's eyes dart to Phoenix. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. Rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago?
Oh no.
So, are we to understand that this letter... this payment of $100,000 was for?
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit. End quote.
Order! 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 Why, it's like our victim was living a double life.
Aha. This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal underworld, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection!
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. What? We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation.
Objection!
But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was, and remains, simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey! The only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Yeah, why would you?
Mr. Brushville,
Oh, sorry, go on.
your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable.
I'll say.
It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
Oh, what are you talking about? My journalism's rock solid. Journalism's so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
Cross-examination showed Mr. Brushell didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects. And the killer had to be Vera. That's what.
By default.
Yep. Well, you were there. We don't have any evidence pointing that you did it, but you could have been the only one. I mean, this works great. It worked great on the blind child. This next test.
In this case, I guess it makes a little bit more sense because it was literally like a locked room.
Oh, yeah, and no, absolutely. But, like, just default is like, yeah, of course we just defaulted this. We defaulted to the blind child shooting a man with a magnum, so, like, yeah, this is open and shut in comparison. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
So it hit 2 o'clock for me, midnight for you. Do we want to push through just this last bit here and see where that ends up?
Yeah.
End it?
I think there's only a little tiny bit left.
Cool. The interview, a recap. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. That's not true. What about the yellow envelope? Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony. Clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. If only we could have gotten to this sooner. Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night.
You even managed to not say end quote that entire statement. I'm kind of impressed.
Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination.
Right. Still have one trump card left to play. And I won't let this trial end until I use it. Alright. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She submitted as much. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug, and nothing left that studio after he died. Not one thing. You're sure? Yep, sure as can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception. What?
Oh my god, we doing this again? Please. Journalist Spark Brushel does interview. Leave studio. End quote. Haha. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know, but I know it was a bad joke, but you could at least give me a sympathy laugh. Something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before?
Now we've proven a witness is a comedian of sorts.
Cookie, please do not compare yourself to Brushel, please.
Have some dignity.
Yeah.
I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might have left the studio that night?
Just one thing. I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something that has vanished from the crime scene.
By which you mean... something other than our witness?
Of course. Don't tell me. Vera Mishan? Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. I'm doing my best, I swear.
And let's see what you've got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. The letterbox, I imagine. Wait, we can examine this? Oh, no, it's just a
No,
picture
it's
of it.
just a picture. Just a JPEG. Yeah, that sure is a mailbox.
The hinges are eyes, the latch is a nose, and the slot is a mouth. I see a face.
Take that!
This is the only link between that studio and the outside world.
A letterbox?
What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime? Of course, this changes nothing. Nothing. Huh?
He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important the envelope the witness says he saw disappear?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well then. The witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it. I still think this fails to change anything here, Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. I was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. I don't care what you think. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you are hiding that fact from us. Yes. Well, actually. I don't argue the possibilities that a letter disappeared from that studio. But, her Forehead, isn't there a much more serious question for us? Right. How Mr. Misham was poisoned. I know. But Mr. Brushel's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. What he's told us means something entirely different now, I'm starting to think.
Let's keep thinking, Apollo.
So Trucy just stands there going,
So this part, I think you have to circle back and press something else before you present anything.
oh, okay. The only other person in the studio then.
Hold it!
But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one, Herr Forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come, Not to beat a dead horse again, and again, but perhaps you could fill us in. I'm on it. You need a horse beat? I'm your man. Yeah, I believe it. It's Vera who poured the coffee, and she committed as much herself. And you witnessed her pouring the coffee. Of course I didn't witness it. When she came in with that tray, coffee was already poured, and the steaming. Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, I killed. And I killed. What? Okay, I may have made that last bit up. Isn't it funny to just lie in court like that? We have a studio audience now. We have an audience via the CCTV cameras. I got to entertain them somewhat.
Oh yeah, I love lying unter oath.
Oh. That last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. Need to find another weak spot in this case. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview is that mug. You're sure about that? Like he didn't lick the envelope, for example? Oh my god. I wonder if that Sorry,
Are
go on.
synapses firing?
Yeah, like, I thought of that as a joke, but like, wait, if the envelope was poisoned and he put his lips to the coffee mug afterward, that could leave a trace behind.
It would transfer it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, to be really, really precise, I was busily gobbling mint candies the whole time. One of those candies might have been poisoned. Yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof.
Possibility is there, I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. Not yet. Possibility isn't gonna cut it now. Not now. And then it asks if I can prove it.
Think for a second. So, your theory is that the poison went from something else onto the coffee cup, right? It wasn't on the coffee cup originally?
Yes.
Where else do you know there was poison in that studio?
Oh. Oh, that's why there's poison on the fucking frame.
Teeny tiny frame.
Yeah. Proof is possible. Bigger is nothing. Bullshit. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Herr Forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And, Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof.
Oh, just fuck already.
Yeah, right? But what did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter, I did.
It was picked up by the mailman, I presume.
Oh. That tiny frame was... Well, no. I don't think Bushell could have done that, but... We made the observation... Well, the observation was made earlier that he was across the room from when this all happened and wasn't really paying attention. But I just realized that the desk is on the side of the room that he wasn't drinking the coffee. That's probably nothing, but yeah. Of course. Which means that envelope had a stamp on it. As we all know, stamps come with dried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
My god, his posture... Also, I didn't comment on it before, but his posture is atrocious.
Yeah.
No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Huh? Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait. How does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poisoned stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee cup to his mouth, hmm? Ah. Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing. It was the other way around. Yeah, like, this whole thing is like, it would be a very roundabout way for Vera to do this, right? Because, like, if she's just making the coffee, she doesn't need to put it onto the rim. Like, she just put it in the coffee. Like, yeah, like, the fact that this is the way it actually looks is, like, raises suspicion, because, like, you know, Occam's razor. Simplest solution, right? If you're going to poison him and you're already making the coffee, why would you put it on the rim? Like, that just doesn't really make sense. The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Measham. Mr. Measham poisoned the coffee mug himself. And now that coffee mug is dead. The real crime here.
Order! Order! Order!
Clavier applies stamps by preparing a bowl of water and ever so slightly dipping the stamp in it. But I don't even know if that would actually work, because I feel like part of the reason it would work is saliva, not just water? Although I guess I haven't really tried that before. Because it is like dried glue. I don't know if they relied on saliva as an activator, because it would like actually try and dissolve it to some degree, but yeah.
But that doesn't... Does it?
Recall, if you would, troquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? Poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, which, Brushel told us earlier he got there 15 minutes early. But his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. Oh, okay, and that would explain why Brushel saw what he did. Because he ends up putting the mug to his lips and seems to instantly convulse. So he wasn't actually lying or misremembering. It's just that we had the beginning of this whole process at the wrong time, starting at the wrong time. Well, I can't call bullshit on that now, I guess.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
I love that they didn't even need to do a text box or anything to make it so the judge had something to go off there.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a really smart use of those new space for animations and stuff like that. They can make sprites that prompt things that you'd otherwise need the text box to do. Oh, his nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp. So-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe he just run out?
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one.
That does pose a problem.
The sniffer.
How would you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. Makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. Shit. I can't not fuck it now. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene as it's seen in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's the evidence that proves the existence of this poisoned stamp?
Tiny post-stamp sized frame.
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that, too, during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. Nice. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
Yes. A pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. A troquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Ah, okay. And that's... yeah, you would frame those.
Order! 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 The poison stamp was in this frame?
Impossible.
Prosecutor Gavin.
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. Just as a joke, you know? Can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Brushland? Please stop treating her around like that.
Thank you, Judge. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger's friends makes enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Huh. Yeah.
Objection!
Oh, rich. That's rich. Leaves the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gaviner's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is all this, oh god. I lost the word. Combative. Where's all this combative behavior coming from? He never usually acts like this. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world, he avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. This is the first time I think we've seen Clavier do the Edgeworth thing of, no, show me evidence, that's bullshit, shut up.
Yeah.
Like, he actually feels like he's not in control of this case anymore, which is interesting. Newest girl? Hello? I might not have evidence, per se. Things are finally starting to come together. Oh, the mail.
What is it, Apollo?
Sorry, I missed that.
Your fists are trembling.
Soul Calibur announcer voice.
Yeah. There's a postage stamp weapon joke in there somewhere as part of the line, an intro line for a Soul Calibur thing there. Again, my brain's on it today. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. Can I?
Read the letter.
Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. There it is. Yep.
Take that!
Isn't this envelope the one from 7 years ago?
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that lines up bad in my head now. Phoenix gets evidence forged 7 years ago, and then this was given to him to kill him after some time 7 years ago. I mean, I don't think Phoenix would do that, but like... Think about the text of the letter again. there were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. Enclosed stamp, Your Honor. Wait, within 3 days? But this was 7 years? Unless the whole stamp, or unless the whole postage on the, sorry, unless the date on the envelope is just meant to throw things into whack. He didn't do it within 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, consider where the stamp was until yesterday.
Yeah, in the frame.
So something happened to foil this attempted murder for 7 years until now.
Huh. And then he just... Oh my god. Like, yeah, he's literally had the murder weapon meant to kill him in his house for 7 years and just went, you know what, I will use that stamp, and got killed because of it. Oh my god.
He got killed because he couldn't go to the store and buy a normal stamp.
Yeah. Well, this is
He's
the
like,
only
I've
stamp
got
I've got
to
left.
send it. Yeah, I've got to send this letter. Sees the stamp in a frame. That'll do.
Or yeah, like the funnier way to frame that is like, oh, I should look for stamps, and then Brushel walks in, and he knows he's a journalist, so he's like, oh shit, fuck it, I'll use that stamp, and then he dies for it. Oh Jesus. Poor dude. In other words, if I have this straight, a stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, shut the fuck up.
You animal.
Stop it. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked?
He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in the letterbox.
But well, I guess the question is right now, like, is he actually doing what was spelt out in the letter just 7 years later, or is that just coincidence?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, yeah, obviously an obvious question left open, but yeah. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
It, like, just transfers into an ad for the postal service. Still bullshit. Such a splendid imagination you have, Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you'd have us really believe? Is that what you'd have us believe? Really? Well...
It's a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility.
Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poisoned stamp in this envelope. A stamp that then becomes the murder weapon. Localized entirely within his picture frame. Or tiny frame. Yes. Can I see evidence? No. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence?
Well...
7 years ago. We don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to... Who is that?
It's not nice to pick on the Fraulein Clavier.
Oh. Huh? What the fuck was that?
I like to think she just did a phony German accent, and Apollo was having like a brief panic flashback.
Yeah, really. Like, Emma.
Well, like my Christoph Gavin impression, did I sound like him?
You look like him. Wait, what is that?
Clavier's like, my brother's in fucking jail for murder, you insensitive scheisse.
What? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fraulein Detective?
Someone had to come dig you out all the mess you're making of this case.
Mess?
You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little bit more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy.
Oh, spray the inside of the envelope. Care to explain yourself, Fraulein Detective?
Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right?
That's right. The poison detection spray.
Taps her pipe out on the stand.
Yeah.
Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
Oh. Bingo.
Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's a troponine residue.
I don't believe it.
Wow, someone used invisible ink on this letter. And in a perfect square, no less.
A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well,
There's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Mishiam figured it out.
Figured what out?
He realized the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
wait a minute. But if he knew, then... why would he... That can't be a coincidence. That for the first time ever, he ends up actually getting an interview and happens to use the stamp that he presumably knew would kill him?
Just keep going.
Huh. Yeah, sorry, I had to sit and consider whether that actually, like, lines up or not before going.
And put his decisive evidence in a frame.
Huh?
You're still here?
Can I make a statement here, on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Brushel, claim this scoop is mine. Sir, we are in the middle of court proceedings. Shut the fuck up. Drew Measham killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter. End quote. Oh, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay. End quote. Who put him back on the stand? Can we get rid of him now? I don't think we need him anymore.
Show him the door.
Yeah.
Order, order. Order. I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years.
Did he actually have no other point to make and he just popped up to say, I want this story?
Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
That was a better one than anyone than the ones that Spark Brushel was suggesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh, I think our witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I'm sorry, Trucy, it's too contagious. Fucking Apollo was speaking like that way, way earlier.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo? I think we just won. Oh, no, that's
Oh, no, that... okay, sorry. I think we just won.
Very well, this court finds the defendant.
Okay, you're being a sore loser at this point, Clavier. Come on. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Decisive evidence? What a sham. What a sham.
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gavinier's shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Herr Forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago. Whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poisoned. Exactly. Therein lies the rub. Huh? 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and puts the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years, and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? I was so close! No! I could have got this done in a day.
While I admit this is all quite shocking, myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap. That had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Yeah. Something doesn't line up there.
Apollo?
Razortooth makes me think of the guy from the I'm gonna blow up and act like I don't know nobody Vine. God. I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
We have conclusive proof it was? What about the atroquinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinine residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
Apollo, were you wrong the whole time?
I can't believe it. Poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice,
Yes, Your Honor?
let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Mishem received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atroquinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene. On this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained the poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right. Which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. Traces of atroquinine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. What? Ah, a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, our wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? Oh. Huh. The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail.
Basically, like, swap out fake clue for false assumption.
Yeah, oh, no, I do understand that. I genuinely don't know which one of these to go for. Let me think.
Yeah, let me know if you need a nudge. I can provide one.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So... What are we assuming about the envelope? Well... I don't think it's the envelope, because that has like a poison square on it. I believe the red envelope and its contents contain that stamp, so I think that's probably solid. I can't think of a way we're making false assumptions about that there. The frame could definitely be the thing we're misconstruing here, because outside of the stain being a little inconsistent, not like completely flat like in the letter, like there is intent to framing something like that, but we don't know what that intent is. Why was it framed? What was it coincidence that it was framed? Did something else touch the stamp there? Like, did the poison get on there some other way? I feel like there's options there. Drew Measham is the wild card here, where like the only thing I can think of that would actually make sense there is that like we're misunderstanding whether or not the person that was killed knew that stamp had poison on it.
Right. Because we know the person who used that stamp was Drew Misha because he's dead. But why would he use it if he knew it was poisoned, right?
Exactly. So, the thing we're assuming here is that he knew why it was framed, or why he shouldn't use it. Which, you know... The person that... Yeah, Drew Measham, the person that died, didn't know the stamp was poisoned. So... Is that the false assumption? But then there's a question of, like, his actions. Why was the stamp framed?
Yeah.
Those two... Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's not the red envelope. The frame... The frame I feel like we could have false assumptions about, but I feel like it's the most flimsy in terms of, like, no... Like, there's something we're literally misunderstanding about this. Whereas this feels...
Right.
This feels like left field, like, why would it possibly be Drew Measham? But that feels like the most solid... Well, I mean, he used the stamp, so he didn't know.
When you eliminate the impossible, then whatever remains must be the truth.
Yeah.
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
And the novelty of having a sentence like this come up definitely makes me think, oh yeah, Drew Measham, okay, that's probably the answer. Because it's the most wild path to go down. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug, linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So, the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. Makes a good story, I'll give you that. Shut up! Clavier looks directly into the camera. Fake clue. Fakes. Forgeries. Ah.
I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. We call this... I'm gonna do a pro lawyer move here. Was taught by Phoenix Wright. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into the very same trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Drew Measham was a sham? Oh, god damn it, Cookie. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Oh my god.
Order! Order! Order!
So, someone sets up an interview with Drew Measham and gets someone else to stand in as Drew Measham, and in so doing, gets an unknown person to use the stamp, or gets a person who doesn't know about the stamp to use it. Like, yeah, no, calling the interview could mean there's, like, some premeditation here of someone stepping aside to make sure it wasn't them being interviewed or something. Sorry, brain's going off. So, you're telling us that Drew Measham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? Better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
Switcheroo.
Switcheroo, yeah.
I'm afraid you're going to back up your story.
It's a bit of a mouthful of trying to do a German accent.
Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Measham was.
What? If Drew Measham wasn't the real forger. Oh no. Oh no. There's only one other person it could have been.
Only one other person under that roof.
Yep, understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Vera. Oh, that makes this really fucking tragic, too, because she probably knew about the stamp, and her father didn't.
Mm.
Take that!
Oh, no. There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than... And, oh man, I feel like Clavier's gonna take this as... so she puts the stamp somewhere that her father would use it. So she poisoned her father. Am I getting that right? The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham.
And Vera is also a great fun with my sham.
Vera.
I think Vera as in like veracity or verity.
Oh, yeah, true.
Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you.
I kind of agree. I mean, Vera, a forger?
Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear.
One truth prevails.
Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Yes. One sec. Was she really doing this when she was 12? Huh.
Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's.
This makes Drew look like a fucking bum, though. Like, forcing your daughter to do forgeries while you just fucking sit around and drink coffee all day.
Yeah, that's... There was a line that came up. There was a line that came up in Paranorma site, I think it was, that was like, "Hey, this person's like taking advantage of the labor of minors." Like that. Or sorry. Oh fuck. What was it? Oh, I don't remember the exact context, but it was like, hold on a second. So you're telling me some people. It was like, oh my god, fuck. I feel like it was something to do with the police department or something. But some police officer was like, hold on a second. Doesn't that mean we've been taking advantage of youths and they're like, oh, sorry, no, that's it. There's a high school student who's a psychic who, was being used by the cops to kind of sort out paranormal activities. And one of them goes, wait a minute, doesn't that mean we've been exploiting child labor? And it's basically just like, I mean, I guess. Anyway.
Yeah, like, I once saw someone try to argue that, oh, Drew handled the business side and Vera did the forgery. It's like, oh, so he sent a letter, like, once a month while Vera worked her ass off doing paintings?
A lot of financial work and a lot of managerial work to do for a 12-year-old drawing things, let me tell you. Like, shut the fuck up. If we knew that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well? Fascinating. Oh man, we're still going. Do we want to leave it here?
It's fine. We're all done.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I should have checked in a bit earlier than this to see. But
Yeah,
go on.
the trial breaks in like just a moment.
Okay, cool.
Vera Misham?
And also, if you think about it, Trucy was doing most of the breadwinning in the agency since Phoenix sure isn't. Yeah, there's a lot of child labor exploitation going on in this game. It's one of those, and Francisca's another example of that as well. Like, literally doing work as like a 13-year-old or something.
Yeah, Germany's child labor laws are fucked.
Apparently, yeah. It's a weird writing thing you'd have to try and get around writing, like, particularly gifted people. Because, like, when you're implying that this person was doing this thing since they were very young, you're also kind of implying that, like, yeah, there were adults around using a child as labor.
It doesn't, to me, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense for Vera, though, because, like, you could have made her 27 now and 20 in the past, and it wouldn't, like, meaningfully change the plot.
Yeah, you didn't need to make her, like, a prodigy. Like, she just needs to be a talented artist, which, like, yeah, you've had her, like, well into her 20s, and it's just like, yeah, she's been doing this since she was, like, basically, from her adulthood onward, and, yeah. It's weird. I don't know. A lot of Japanese games in particular like to pick that age and then do the whole thing where it's like, oh, but they've been doing, but don't think twice about merging that with gifted person from when they were young, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You've been paying attention to the trial so far?
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger? Drew Misham? Oh. Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me. So they usually talk to me, too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art?
Yes.
So the forger Drew Misham was you?
Yes, it was me.
Is that also a face?
It's like a crying face. It's
Yeah.
got like exaggerated tears coming out of one eye.
What? What?
I have the we have the sad faces and emote in the AA Discord. Amazing. The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. There we go. Huh. Why was she staring daggers at you, Clavier? It's almost like she recognized you from somewhere, Clavier. Indeed. Oh, hang on, let's go back to the title screen so I'm not potentially looking at... I don't think the intro image is going to be spoilers, but I'd rather be surprised by anything that's in there, to be honest.
That's fair.
Huh. Huh.
Things are heating up.
Yep. At the very least, a marked improvement over the last case already.
Big time.
Yeah. God, Brushel. Oh my god. Never want to see that man again. Unfortunately, we probably are going to see him again, but, you know, because he is, like, the only other person that was there seeing what happened. Yeah, man, it feels like we've gone through a fair bit of the case, but there's still, like, tons of stuff that's, like, not yet integrated into it yet.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of amazing how much we've actually been able to dance around what happened 7 years ago, despite that being literally relevant and examined in the courtroom from day one. But I mean, there's, you know... Well, actually, that's not true. Brushel did suggest that it was forging evidence and stuff, which... Yeah, I mean, who do we know who did that? But yeah, hey Phoenix? What the fuck? Well, I guess it makes sense he'd probably want to handle this case, right? Because if my guess is correct, he used the Mishams to forge something that ended up with, you know, him getting disbarred, I guess you'd say. So he probably felt like he owed them one. So, like, yeah, he'd have a vested interest in making sure that this works, and it ties into him wanting to do the jury system thing because he gets a case that he wants to be worked on. He gets Apollo onto it, who he probably believes can actually do it. And that's not to be dismissive. Like, I'm saying that as, like, I'm sure that's the motivation and not something else. He reckons it'd be a good trial of the jury system. Yeah. But also, like, hey, Phoenix? Why does Vera know about all of the cases Apollo has worked on? I mean, I know for a fact you got forged evidence for case 1. Wait, hold on. Was there a piece of forged evidence in each of the cases so far? There was the card with blood on it in the first one. I feel like I feel like I might be confusing it with bringing up forged evidence.
What was in case 2?
I don't. That's why I'm not sure if there is. I don't think there is one. Was there something?
Yeah,
in
I'm
case...
racking my brain.
I might be wrong. It would be an interesting wrinkle there, though, right? Like, there was forged evidence in each of these, and then this forger knows about all of the cases. Because that would be, like, a clear link, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. And I think there is a common link so far, and it's that every client, including Vera, has been a criminal.
Yes, that is true. Phoenix Wright, criminal. Because yeah,
So there is like
and
a
then
bit of an
Maki.
Yeah, and then Maki and now Vera. But there is a bit of an undercurrent of like even people who have broken the law deserve justice.
Yes, which completely agree. You know, it's that whole thing of like legal representation. You will be provided one if you don't have one because you deserve a fair trial. Yeah. Which is, yeah, and that's probably going to tie. I imagine that may or may not tie into the grander point once the plan is revealed, so to speak. Yeah, that we've also left off on a bit that's like, okay, now we just need to know what happened 7 years ago. Well, I don't know if we're going to go back into the courtroom and argue more. This seems like a good point to just be like, okay, maybe we all need to come back tomorrow with more evidence, but... yeah, hard to say. The funny thing is, like, I feel like my criticism of Case 3 was it trying to do way too much and twist too much, but this case is already twisted once in terms of, like, you know, the big reveal that Vera was actually the forger, which, you know, unravels because why would the forger actually lick the stamp? Oh, wait a minute. But that feels a lot more elegant, and I'm wondering if it's because it's so isolated. Like, we're dealing with this very specific thing, and there isn't, like, too much ridiculous about it. It's just, like, it's sparse, but the few things that do come up before the trial are clear mysteries and get you thinking, as opposed to going over the full thing and then twisting everything after that. I really want to do an autopsy on, like, that case. The more I talk about it, the more I'm like, I really want to go back through it, but I really only watched, like, well, I've gone through it myself, and then I watched a little, the start of Luca going through it. Yeah, anyway, I should probably keep this brief, because it's late. Later than we usually go. So, next weekend, I'm going to be busy, at this time slot. I'm going to see family. So, given, that probably means that we can't stream it next weekend unless you're available Friday. But
I could do Friday. I just wouldn't be home until like an hour and a half later than we usually would start. However, no, I would be working the next day as well, so we couldn't go super late. So, if you're okay with like a very short stream next week, then I could do Friday. But otherwise, we can take a week off.
Yeah, I'll think about it, because I've also got I might, like, given how stacked Sunday is for me that weekend, I don't know if I'm gonna have... I honestly don't know if I'm gonna have time to stream, like, at all. Because I might take Saturday to make sure I'm on top of everything, and then Sunday I'm busy, so... Might not even stream it all next weekend. I'll leave that up in the air for now, because I'll kind of feel it out, but yeah, I'll keep you posted, Mina, in case I feel like, you know, screw it, let's get what we can in. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Those are kind of the plans for next weekend, in that, yeah, I'm gonna be busy. Actually, yeah, next couple of weekends, actually, are gonna be... can't stream, but definitely gonna be busy. August and September are my friend group, is apparently where everyone has their birthdays, so... Oh, and family,
that's
too,
fun.
now that I think about it. Yeah, so fun times, but very busy times. Yeah, so, I believe we're still raiding tonight, and we're going to be doing more of that on Tuesday. I've been simmering, or considering, maybe doing programming streams during the week?
Ooh.
I want to learn more about making OBS plugins and Twitch integration in general. And I feel like it might be a fun thing to do on stream, and something that's just like a small, 2-3 hour thing after work that I can do that, is out enough of not my job that I still enjoy doing it as that, but it doesn't feel like I'm literally doing work again. I still need to figure out a fair few things about the logistics of that, though, because it seems like if you want to make OBS plugins, there isn't, like, you may as well be pulling down the entire OBS code base and working with that, rather than taking, like, a piece of it that's actually relevant and doing that. Basically the way that OBS is architectured. So I need to figure out how I'm gonna actually manage that. Because there's, like, shit with GitHub to, like, get the code base, and then I would want a repository of my own, but I don't know if you can make branches off of other people's mains. I need to figure out logistics of that. I also need to learn Git for work, so this is a good vehicle for that.
Yeah.
Oh god. When I was looking at, like, my immediate thought was, oh yeah, I'll go to GitHub to get, for just having, like, a cloud, version control. And I go onto their main site, and plastered across the top of it is just the world's leading AI-based, and I immediately went to my search bar and went GitHub alternatives. The way that AI is kind of just infected all of this, like, really critical, or, like, really, foundational pieces of businesses within software development is frustrating as fuck. But that's a story for maybe when I actually do my coding. Yeah, so, I'm not promising anything yet. It's something I'm considering, and I've really got to figure out the logistics of it. It's either going to be doing some very basic OBS plugin stuff, or I might just jump straight to Twitch integration, because I know I can do more stuff with that in C#, and I'm more familiar with that. Depends on which way I want to go with it, and how hard it is to work with OBS. So I don't think that's going to start this week, but it's something I'm considering. Other than that, I'm still chipping away at Path of Exile, and honestly, like, that's probably not going to stop. The one stream I might do next weekend might be Elden Ring on Friday. Maybe, though. But yeah. So, yeah, probably not much of a schedule for this week while I figure things out, and I'm probably going to have to spend time when I would stream, figuring out how I'm going to do programming if I want to do that. So, yeah. Might be light on it for the time being. But yeah, we will return at some point. You know, we've got both Paranormicide and Ace Attorney going, and I want to play both of those, so they will be played. Just gotta figure out when. Fun of organizing schedules. Quick look around. Do we have anyone we can raid? No. Spoilers. Damn it. Okay. No, we'll just leave it here then. Yeah. So, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. Hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.
Bye, everyone.